Hello, and welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So already, the year is screwed up. My cartoons from last week didn't go up in time, so they just got posted just a day ago. So, yeah, I think that was an FTP error on my end. So, yeah, that's really messed up already this year. My cartoon is off to a terrible start. But we'll try better this time. So yeah, that's really frustrating after spending all the time working on them and then have them not show up. But yeah, so no comments. Maybe there's no point in doing comments this week because they have only been up a day. But I hope everyone else is doing better at the beginning of this year. It's a weird one already. But what do you expect? I guess we got to get the rest of the 2020 out of our system. Yes, and no convenience store today, but I did find a funny article about the horrible background music in Japanese stores and kind of the psychology behind them. So I thought I'd play a few of those and we could talk about what the theories were about why that's about their technique, about what they're doing. No coffee this week. It's Red Bull. Yeah, so what was the is there an article? Let me see if I I think that was on my phone. Yeah, there's an article about Red Bull in Japan. For some reason, I guess as a promotion, they lowered the price by about 50 yen. And I guess that was a corona measure or something. Where was that? Yeah, it wasn't on my phone either. But yeah, that's very odd. So it's a pretty big discount for the regular size cans. That's like a 25% discount here. So it's very strange. So yeah, so now I have some Red Bull instead of coffee for a little while. But yeah, so that's odd. I don't know what that's related to, or maybe they're just trying to get some attention or promotion during these times. But there's a lot of energy drinks. So there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of knockoff, brands. Not everything that's in America. I think Monster is the only big other one that's here. But there's a lot of Japanese kind of domestic tonics and yeah, things with caffeine and things to get you over your hangover and things with all kinds of vitamins and such. So that's a popular thing here. So I'm surprised, yeah, Red Bull actually got a hold in the market the way it did here. Just like with the iPhone, it's like it doesn't seem like it's a thing that Japan cares about or wants because they already have a lot of their own alternatives, but somehow it gets traction. All right, so I'm just warming up with some different mysterious objects. Yeah, so I think I'm going to get pounded with deliveries. So the other YouTube channel that I work on is kind of hobby, like board game and tabletop role-playing game related. So there's a lot of like Kickstarters and stuff that we backed, and I think all of those things are going to start rolling in before the New Year, the Chinese New Year, after the January 1st New Year. The Lunar New Year is going to be a busy time where they're going to try to get everything done before that big break in China, because yeah, everybody just stops working. It's basically Christmas. It's the big family holiday, and everyone travels home. So a lot of packages have been arriving. I got the new book. The Swedish artist that did the whose illustrations inspired the Tales from the Loop. There's an Amazon series based on that setting, that story, and there's also a role-playing game by Free League based on that setting. And so basically it's the idea is in like a small town in Sweden, there's a particle collider kind of buried under the earth with the loop, kind of where they experiment with crashing different particles together to see what happens, and measure speeds and things, and of different collisions. And the concern has always been that they may accidentally stumble onto something that creates a chain reaction, like ends all the energy of all matter in the universe or something like that. And but this artist kind of took that idea and said, well, instead of something that catastrophic happening, it just opens some sort of portal, or it shifts time in certain ways where things are released and different types of things happen. So the company that's doing that taps into like new types of energy or new types of technology, or dinosaurs or whatever are brought back through. So the setting is just like 80s small town Sweden, and I think in the Amazon series they don't specifically say where it is. I think it's just kind of ambiguous, and even time wise, like the decade that it's in, I don't think is very specific. Just no cell phones. But yeah, so it's a very, very interesting setting. It's just, and his illustrations are just kind of a juxtaposition of robots, or flying like anti-gravity ships, or different sorts of strange things in kind of an 80s setting. And it's the context is like kids and kind of small town Sweden. So he's done another book recently called Labyrinth, I believe is the title of it. But yeah, really, really nice illustrations, and this is kind of the next evolution. It looks a little darker. Some of the work looks a little darker. So I'm curious to see if they're going to if it's going to continue, it'll be like another expansion or another setting for the role-playing game, or if it will inspire anything. But it's great that he's still working on that it wasn't like a one-time thing, or because it became successful and entered other media, he kind of dropped it. So yeah, that was on Kickstarter last year. But pretty fast. The end of last year, so it fulfilled pretty fast. So that just came today. So I'll flip through that on YouTube, I'm sure. I should go through maybe all three of the books. That might be fun to see a lot of the art. Only problem with books, I'm having like glare trouble with the pages, like trying to figure out a good way to light it. And then also, unless you break the spine, unless you flatten it and break the binding of the book, you can't, the pages are going to have a little bend to them, and you're not going to see everything that's right in the center of the binding. So yeah, that's a little bit of a difficulty. I haven't figured out a good way, but it's good. You don't want to do like a video reproduction of the book, so flipping through and not having it be perfect, I guess, is okay. So yeah, so I'll work on that because that just showed up. But yeah, so I have a feeling until whenever it is in February, the Lunar New Year is, I'm going to be getting a lot of packages and have a lot of unboxings and things to be doing. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of bread. Maybe this line will help. There we go. Yeah, something more like that. Oh, hey, K5, how's it going? Hey, Sedona, hey, Rev. Immediately with the politics. Yes, Trump was impeached twice. Hey, good to see everybody. Yeah, I'm rambling on about Swedish illustrators. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that I guess there wasn't. Was there a huge political consequence to impeaching or trying to impeach Clinton? I mean, impeachment is like this last resort, and like, didn't Nixon like flee impeachment? He basically resigned to avoid this, and now it's something that they just use as, I don't know, as a grudge, or just as like it's a weird political tool now. It should be a last resort. It should be like the last thing you try to do when the president has done something so horrible, and now it's just something they're going to threaten with. And it's weird that they do it knowing they don't have the votes to actually have it go to the trial part, the impeachment hearing part. It's just the vote to do it. So it's amazing. It's just like everything is like nothing means anything because everyone's using the superlative of everything. Everyone's a genius or a racist or a monster. It's just like you use the superlative of everything. There's no such thing as degrees. So if you're doing something that the opposing party doesn't like, it's obviously an impeachable offense now. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, there's obviously some goal. Some people were suspecting. I heard somebody say, "Well, if a president was impeached twice, they can never run again." So that was the motivation. But I don't think that's true, because the impeachment hasn't gone through either time. So it just seems weird. It seems like this weird empty gesture. So it's like dry clicking a revolver in somebody's face and saying, this is how I feel about you. It's like, that's very odd. It's a very extreme, a very extreme way to express unhappy or dissatisfaction. Ugh. Yeah. So we'll see, but everyone will be saved by the new administration. Yeah, naughty boy stick. Nice. Yeah. What are we going to do without spicy Trump news? What if he just goes away and then we're going to have to find some other horrible person? Well, maybe it'll be Bruce Willis for not wearing a mask that we can talk about. Hey, Angie Yanes, thank you for the follow. Oh, I've got my stuff in the wrong layer. Sorry. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Bread and hash butter. Yeah, I guess I'm working on some kind of. I don't. Yeah, this looks more like a sculpture than butter. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I think it's definitely without you have to have the political allies to do it, but I don't think there is a popular like a politician that has any power or any visibility in politics that isn't able to be taken out of office. I'm sure, but it's just they're protected. It's like they. It's a weird thing that that happens in Japan a lot with celebrities, like singers or celebrities. They're all doing drugs and living their celebrity lifestyle, but that can't be ever public. It's not like admired here, and so when it comes out that someone's gotten caught with some ecstasy or something like there's some minor drug offense, it ends their career. So that means that these companies, their management and everybody protects them until they're not useful, they're not making money, they don't agree to some contract or something, and then they're just thrown to the wolves. So I have a feeling American politics is very similar. That everybody is completely you completely can throw them out of office at any time, but they've got enough allies and there wouldn't be enough support for it, so it doesn't happen. But they're all scumbags. Oh, hey. Oh, sorry, Angie. No, no Spanish. No Spanish here. I did take Spanish. That was the language I took in high school, so it came in handy living in Los Angeles. I could read signs and things, but yeah, I don't speak. I don't speak a word. But that was the funny thing though. When I was learning Japanese, that it must have gone into the same like your second language or not your native language goes into the same part of your brain, because when I started trying to learn Japanese vocabulary and remembering them, when I would try to recall things, the Spanish word would come before the Japanese word. And there's no similarity, so it doesn't help at all. But obviously my like high school Spanish is buried in there, and it's only when you start flexing that mental muscle that you start to unlock where that's stored. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's going to be a thing. I mean, Trump supporters are terrorists now. They're seditionists. They're going to be, like, did you support Trump? Well, you're a domestic terrorist. I mean, I think that's going to be the stance. I should be talking anything about this because YouTube is just like, banning and canceling everybody. But that seems to be the position now is domestic terrorism. That's going to be the stance, and that's probably also going to keep try to keep things under control. But thanks for the follow, Angie. Sorry for the lack of language skills, but yeah, it's odd times we live in. I don't think the systems. Oh, it's okay. Well, just enjoy the visual. Enjoy the visuals. Don't worry about the language. We won't be talking about anything that's not unpleasant anyhow. uh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's true. Well, I mean that's like I was saying, like everything is like superlative now. It's like the raid on the Capitol. It's like okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to measure things anymore because we don't have any memory of history. We don't have any context for anything anymore. Everything is relative to whatever now. So I love that so many things are. It's not the first time that it's happened, and we are acting like just like the pandemic and stuff. Isn't the first time it happened, and we don't know how to deal with this. Like it's just everyone's best guess when this has happened in history before. Like we have data about how to deal with this, and still everyone is just guessing what to do. It's very strange. Like yeah, what just a lot of the political things, and like Trump's second impeachment. It's like this is the first time this has ever happened. Yeah, but why? How did we even get to this place? Like there has to be a lot of weird forgetting involved in yeah, doing these kinds of odd actions. But Yeah, there's just a lot of, and it's a shame because that like really destroys a lot of the accomplishments and a lot of things that have happened in America up to this point. It's like we're pretending like it wasn't until 20 or until it wasn't until like 2016 that anything revolutionary or anything of note happened. Where it's always the first to do this, the first to do that. It's like and it never is. It can't. It didn't take this long for these firsts to happen. It's just that we want to pretend that we're living in this, this amazing moment. It's very strange. Yeah, like what was the example? I don't remember the university, but the university kicker. She was a soccer player, and they had her like kick. It wasn't punt. Did she punt or it was a kickoff? I think it was a kickoff. And it was just a little blooping kind of like a kind of offside kick that she did. And they're like, this is amazing. This is, revolutionary. The first woman ever to play this. And it wasn't true. It was just that the other first woman to do this had there was rape allegations against one of her teammates, so they don't want to talk about her anymore. It's just like, yeah, it's just all this political convenience, and yeah, really ridiculous. But yeah, butter. Is it butter? That could be butter. That's a really horrible butter. Yeah, maybe a butter sculptured joke. I don't think I've ever seen a butter sculpture. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, and a lot of the firsts are, yeah, just kind of forced. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, the no-fly, like people that were identified in the Capitol, at the Capitol building, yeah, were on no-fly lists, just like trapped. But it's kind of funny though, if you did plan some sort of political action that you would think, oh yeah, now I can just go home. I can. It's cool. We did that. That was our weekend, and we're just gonna go back to our jobs and stuff. It's like, yeah, if you've got to expect some fallout. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh, thanks, Rev. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, and I think any kind of political action, you have to assume consequences. You have to assume jail time and be ready for it. Like prepare, like like all the bail funds and stuff that were started when all the protests were going on in the Northwest, or I guess everywhere. It was the Midwest as well. But yeah, you got to be ready for that. It's not like, and maybe that's just the internet that people like have gotten this idea about consequence-free actions, because you can say crazy, horrible things and kind of do crazy, horrible things online, and there's not consequence for it. Like the consequence is just like, oh, my account was deleted. Um, and so if that thinking kind of gets over, kind of gets into your thinking about reality, is you don't plan for how things are really gonna go down. I don't know though. It doesn't seem to be our idea of consequences has changed a lot. Yeah, right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. The whole thing. It's hard, and it's hard to trust because I hearing like a different range of information, and kind of what was shown was not what we didn't see everything that was kind of going on, and but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's been really frustrating that everything related to government, since the election, since November, has seemed very divisive and very. It's all so politically motivated that you can't trust what anyone is saying, because mainstream news sources have an agenda, and then but also then a lot of alternative news sources just have the agenda of having the opposite, or being a little bit too conspiratorial, or I don't know. There's too much agenda in everybody. But that's the thing that they keep talking about, is how everyone now is just craving echo chambers, and they want point of views reinforced. So they want to hear people that agree with them, like 100%, because that is very reassuring. And I guess in kind of as things are changing and kind of, if we are in a transitional time, yeah, people do seek that kind of comfort. It's like, okay, so what I'm thinking is not crazy, and that's what most people think, because you're in this kind of bubble that keeps telling you that. And I can understand like the comfort food of that, but at the same time, it's like you should always want to have your thinking challenged to make sure that you didn't just accept it from your parents or accept it from your environment or upbringing or whatever, that it's just not something that you kind of involuntarily, built into your belief system. But yeah, we're at this weird time where people don't, and it may be also the uncertainty of online, where all of our tribalism and everything is coming from, is we have been challenged maybe more than ever, and so it's getting too scary to deal with that. Yeah, we're gonna storm the Capitol. We're gonna storm the Capitol on Wednesday, but I'll be at grandma's by Friday, so I should be fine. Yeah, yeah, it's very strange, but it's yeah, and that's the thing with all of the riots and you don't know who kind of the bad actors and people that are involved, not involved in movements, but are involved in kind of opportunistic kind of I don't know, just yeah, there's a lot of different moving pieces and a lot of different political motivations, and some people do literally want to burn it all down. So if there's an opportunity where the police are standing down, it's like, hey, cool, we can unimpeded do a lot of damage to support our thinking or our cause. And yeah, it's very odd. There's gonna be some really weird speeches and a lot of weird, I think, political opinions in this first year. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. It's just it's a real weird, not quite perfect storm, but a kind of combination of factors that are making things really, really strange, like really unexpected reactions to things. So I think we're in a much more dangerous time than we really understand. But at the same time, with this like weird lack of consequences, who knows like what danger is anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there was some politician in Japan just brought up the UBI topic for Japan, the universal basic income. And that's very strange because, I mean, Japan has a welfare system, but almost nobody uses it because it's embarrassing. It's like they have too much. Like there were stories about like families starving to death, or like a son taking care of his elderly parents, and they didn't have any money. They lost their pensions. They didn't have any income, and they just slowly starved to death, and nobody knew about it because it was too embarrassing to ask for help, to ask for money. And so they have that here, and there are some certain people that take advantage of it. There's like a class of people they call pachinko pros, so the gambling, the little tiny metal ball gambling, kind of like a slot machine but with metal balls that they have here. There's some people that like take a government check and then just go spend that on the pachinko parlors all day. So Pachi Pro, the professional, they're not really professionals, but it's all that they do with their lives. There's a small group like that, but it's not on the scale of any Western country. So people deny welfare. So somebody bringing up the idea of like this basic income is very odd. I guess though, what that could mean is, if there is universal basic income, then the pension systems and stuff can change. Like companies and government and things can change how they handle a pension system, because if you're basically getting a pension your whole life. But I don't know. That was very strange, because I didn't think that there'd be any desire for anything like that in Japan, because the economy is pretty stagnant, but it works pretty well. I mean, the support system works pretty well, unlike Korea or I don't have who knows about China. There is good support. There aren't, elderly people eating, cans of dog food because that's all they can afford. It's a very rare situation, and usually has to do more with like mental health and actual, bad circumstances. So it's very, very, very different. So that was odd that that was brought up, and the amount was very funny. They proposed like 700. It was probably less than 700, but like $700 a month as the universal basic income. That's a little weird because of the cost of living. Cost of living in Japan is insane compared to a lot of other countries. So that wouldn't even pay like utilities in the summer kind of thing. So it was an odd amount, and I don't know if that was just somebody trying to bring in some foreign thinking and just trying to sound progressive or modern or global or whatever by bringing that up. But that was it would be a difficult sell in Japan, especially because the older population doesn't want handouts, so they wouldn't vote for anything like that. But I don't know what that would do to the economy. It would stagnate it even more if, yeah, people didn't even have to have a convenience store job. They could just do absolutely nothing in Japan. It'd be crazy. Mm. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, Rev, that's an interesting idea. Yeah. So a lot of that because a lot of people are saying, "Wow, I have." That's yeah. That's it. Yeah. Well, you guys are saying interesting. A lot of the people that I know here that are very left, very progressive, very woke, kind of SJW type, um, kind of political views, did say that they were conservative. They listened to like conservative talk radio in high school, or they had much more. And it may just be environment. I think like certain parts of America, you absorb that a lot more, and it's not until that's the kind of maybe the big shock or whatever, the big cultural change for you when you go to university, is then you're exposed to all the Marxism and the liberal ideas. I got a lot of Marxism in high school. I had a lot of friends that were like heavy into Marx. I remember when I went to Russia in during my homestay in Sweden, and we went to Leningrad when it was still Leningrad before it went back to St. Petersburg. So that was like right before the fall of the Berlin Wall and everything. There was a shop that sold propaganda posters. And so then everything was so cheap, like the ruble was very weak, so our money was super strong. So we were just buying everything. And I bought these big propaganda posters, like the ones that you put up with the paste on a wall. These giant, like multi-piece posters of Lenin and a portrait of Marx and stuff. And it was just like I thought that was insane because I had so many friends that were so. Like that would have been their ideal bedroom. It's just an entire like Karl Marx multi-part propaganda poster as their wallpaper. But yeah, I remember that was really crazy. It was just a shop. It was just a bunch of wooden shelves with these stacks of paper, and it was just you could buy propaganda posters. Like I don't know what you were supposed to do with them as like a citizen or something. It wasn't for tourists, and so I don't understand as a citizen like what you would do with those, or I don't know. It was very odd. It was strange. And the other thing was the water was bad. The water had bacteria in it, so we couldn't drink the tap water, and everybody that did got really sick. So our choices were this really strong mineral water, this like really heavily carbonated, almost like tonic water. So it tasted really bitter and was really miserable, but you could brush your teeth with it basically. And then Pepsi, Russian Pepsi or vodka. And out of all those three things, the vodka was the cheapest. So yeah, that was very funny. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, I remember. I think I told that story on an early stream about, I was taking, it was my first year at art school. So I went to art school. So, it was not I kind of knew what I was in for. And the professor that was teaching the like kind of history 101, the art survey class, I came in a little bit early because it was the movie theater. The lecture hall was also the movie theater. So sometimes they'd run trailers and stuff. So it was fun to come early because they would always be running stuff that they were going to screen for film festivals or whatever, just to test the film and make sure their splices and everything were good on all the reels. And I heard the professor talking to her TA or whatever about, I can't wait to get my hands on these kids, man. I'm going to blow their minds. I'm going to hit them with her Marxist feminist theory, art history theory. They're going to have their minds blown. And it was this insane arrogance and like her just like tipping her hand so much. And it really wasn't like, kind of her, I guess, I was just kind of, when you're expecting it, you don't just like, when you've already heard her say what I'm going to say is so incredibly biased and so so based on my politics, that it doesn't quite hit you in that same way. But I wonder how many kids like then went home and harassed their parents, during Thanksgiving break about Marxism or whatever. But I still remember that, her like, wow, this is going to blow these kids' minds. And so did they think that we didn't read in high school, that we literally, I don't know. It was very funny. But I guess maybe without the friends that I had in high school, I wouldn't have had the kind of, the understanding, because none of that was from my politics at home. So it's really funny. But it's an interesting point, Rev, about the about being disgusted by that, because when you do see how like indoctrinating, or like, to be part of this group, or to be an academic, like to be an accepted in academia, you have to kind of follow this line, toe this line. I think that's pretty, it's pretty disgusting. Mm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine. That's true though. When there was like, Bush era, when there was like kind of clear opposition, um I think that it worked a lot differently. And just that, how a lot of things are being used as a weapon. And also, I felt the very beginning of that, the white, cis het white guys are trash and their voices are not valid and we shouldn't be listening to them. I felt the very beginning of that when I was in school, when I was an undergrad in the 90s. um, that, so when we would be doing critiques or discussion or whatever, like, oh yeah, that's your opinion, but it's not valid, because we're going beyond the canon of old white men, with those beliefs aren't the same anymore. I think I've told this story too. I had a uh what was it? It was just a lit course. Yeah, I think we were just reading, and we had to write for the course. So it wasn't fiction writing, but it was a fiction course, and we would read writers, and it was taught by a writer. The instructor was a writer. She was a journalist, but also a fiction writer, and she talked a lot about, creatively about. I think she mostly did like short fiction, and I liked her perspective on the kind of her creative process and things, and especially like editing. That's the interesting thing about writing, is that doesn't exist in a lot of other art making, is kind of the editing process, where you kind of put all this stuff out and then you have to go back, and sometimes you have to sacrifice the things that you like the most about the work. But I wrote this. It was kind of political topics and people talking about, it was like racism and segregation and things. And she really hated everything that I wrote, and like used it as examples. And sometimes because I tried to be funny, like I tried to write in kind of a funny tone. And I think politics and trying to be cute or funny really pissed her off. And so she would write sentences from my essays and stuff on the board and just tear into me, because I think I was one of the few white guys in the class, so really good target. But it was funny, she would come down so heavily on kind of my naive Midwestern, political views, because I was still just kind of forming ideas. But at the same time, like outside of class, she was fine with me. Like there wasn't anything, like she didn't ignore me, or was, have any like negative, there's nothing personal about it. So it was a weird, like kind of, I was very useful in her class. So she didn't have, she respected me and was kind, enough to me in normal interactions. But God, I was so useful in her class for like, oh, here we go. Look at this, everyone. So yeah, I got that early on. So that kind of was like a little bit of a signal. It's like, okay, so yeah, there's some kind of, there's a bias or kind of it's just not a voice that, my voice was like looked at as a little bit less valid, and it was the beginning of that. And now, now in more recent times, there are people that, like, I've seen things online where people ask, should I even bother not having, not coming from any disadvantage, not having anything to say that's not from my, white middle class perspective. Is there any reason I should even make art? Because everything's political. Like, if everything is political, yes, your voice is invalid because there's nothing compelling or there's no struggle. But we're not always writing from a political point of view. We're writing from a human point of view, from an existential, from a, just those very basic things that aren't political. And so yeah, everybody's voice is valid because of our shared humanity. But recently people are like, yeah, I feel like if I'm saying something, then other people aren't being heard. And like, okay, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, people can't be honest and open because there's a power struggle, or there's a struggle for, if you shut other people's voices down, then you get more opportunity, you get heard more, you get more grant money if you're a creative person, or you get more attention, you get a gallery show. It's like a lot of it is, a lot of the political attacks seem to be people that don't have any sort of position, kind of punching up or attacking upwards at people that have status and position that they want. And so the weird thinking is, if they dethrone those people, if they humiliate or prove them to be racist or sexist or homophobic or whatever, that they can take them out of that position, they'll be canceled. And then you get to automatically, like, that's never happened in the history of cancel culture or any of that, is the person that gets canceled doesn't just swap places in society or in an industry or in status with the person that called them out. It's never happened. But still, people kind of have that thinking, and in an abstract way, I think they think that, well, if we take down this white guy, then maybe someone of color will replace them. It's like, yeah, don't think that's how it works, and it's never kind of worked that way. Especially if you're shooting high enough, you're never gonna see that. But yeah, I think it's the honesty comes from people's bad motivations. Yeah, right. That's the funny. Yeah, that's the thing that elections always bring out, is like, well, 50% of you are completely wrong. So you have to live with that half of people. But, and I feel that way, about like a kind of centrist thinking or middle ground or balance. It's just like in Japan, there's a much more idea of, it's a balance. Everything is balance. It's not good and evil, right and left. You find a balance in things. And so I thought that's always been my thinking. But if you talk to anyone that has an extreme point of view, the middle is the real enemy, because they're the one that can be attacked by both sides, and they're the one that's they're not really with you. They're half against you, half with you. So those are the real enemies. I've really heard that attitude of anyone with kind of any balanced or centrist kind of thinking is the most evil. They actually like hate those people more than the people that are like completely like political opposites. Is Yeah, it's the centrists that are the real evil. Those are the first people you have to take out. And I don't understand. I don't understand where that comes from. I think it's just because that's politically useful. Because if you attack them, they're not going to get defended. The other side is not going to defend them. So they're very easy targets. And to vilify people that have balanced opinions or want to kind of find their own way through politics is very interesting. Yeah, but that I heard that right away, and was very fascinated by. That's like, yeah, I guess you're just making yourself too big a target if you're like, well, yeah, I think this, but I also think this. Oh, okay, well, then you're not one of us, obviously. That was really, really depressing. But it's that evil middle ground, that evil rational thinking. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's the big problem with libertarians is they can be attacked by both on both sides. Yeah. Mm. It's really really crazy. Mm. Yeah, and I don't even know. I didn't talk too much about the Capitol building with anybody in Japan yet, but I don't even know how to explain anything to them. I have no idea kind of where that came from. Okay, let's try butter. So maybe just the bread and butter on this one. Mm. Okay, and wherever this is, where's this? Okay. Boxes and boxes. Oh. I don't know what that right click menu was at all. Well, I don't know. This one might be a hard one to write. Yeah, I can shorten this a little bit. That'll be more butter-like. Yeah, and I ever since the World Trade Center, like ever since 9/11, I've always been really aware of like the weird fear mongering that that's going on in the media and in politics, and it just seems like they're trying to, I mean, in a different way, on a different scale, just kind of keep that fear alive, and always find something to be afraid of to make to keep people nice and compliant. That feels really weird that they are so addicted to that technique. Because yeah, I think I'm not saying anything about anything, but I think certain weather issues, some bad weather issues, have been overblown because it's an invisible enemy. It's something invisible attacking you, and works really well. To make that fear operate. Maybe a wrapper or something. I don't know about that stick of butter. It looks kind of strange. But yeah, I really don't like the way things have been used, and how you can't. Well, it's almost like you say anything about our bad weather situation, and people are like, "Oh, so you're a sympathizer. You are hoping people die. You're like, you want, instead of, like people, if I forget who it was, but there were people like saying, well, no, America kind of asked for it, the uh, attacks, the people that had that opinion instantly, like, you are a traitor, you're the worst kind of person to wish something like that on your own country. Oh, wrong there, shit. But yeah, but it's the same sort of thing with the our weather situation. Is you want people to die if you're not going to believe in the full, if you don't have the full fear, you wish people are dead, and that's a little weird. I don't know about this weird stick of butter. I think I'm making it a little too long and lumpy looking. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this will work. Yeah, yeah. And you can combine them too. That's the fun thing is, you know, the bad weather and skin color, things you can kind of play around with and overlap and do all kinds of wonderful things with. Uh, mm, yeah, it's crazy. That's been like my response to it. Difficult, crazy, crazy, difficult. Yeah. I don't know. But that's the fun. That I think that's the thing that I enjoy. There's very few things that I enjoy about the kind of expat, social circle. Like people I know are just all not living in their home country; they're living in Japan. But the thing I like about that is the really big diversity of opinions, politics and opinions, because the one game group that I'm in, nobody is from the same country. I mean, everybody speaks English, but nobody's not as a first language even. But their diversity of opinion and kind of how they process things and how they feel about living in Japan, because like about half of them are Asian, non-Japanese Asian, and so yeah, the it's really I like that. I like the interesting diversity of perspectives, because I can't imagine, like, if I, like, everybody that I grew up with or everybody that I, like, worked with in Los Angeles or whatever, like, all of our opinions got pretty homogenous. We all kind of reacted the same way. But hearing people's opinions when they come from a completely other version of that is I like that a lot. That's the thing. The diversity of opinion is really interesting about all the foreigners living here. The one thing though is, like, all the foreigners living here are kind of weirdly broken in some way. Like, there's some weird reason that you don't live in your home country. I haven't figured out what my reason is yet, but everybody that I see, there's some weird reason. There's something wrong with them that made them comfortable here. I'm not sure what mine is, but maybe you're not allowed to see that, see your own problem in that weird way. But yeah, but it's nice. I like that kind of perspective. That's the thing I liked, I think, the most about, like, homestay in high school, was to, you know, be in a country where nothing was as I expected it, or as I could kind of predict, and people's thinking, because there's a lot in Sweden, especially a lot of anti-American thinking. I had a lot of people say, "Wow, for American, you're really not annoying and not arrogant and not, there's all these things, these weird expectations that they had of Americans, that I was not that style." So it surprised them, and that's the same thing. Yeah, that I like here is people are always surprising you in a good way, just with their uniqueness or whatever. But yeah, I think there's a lot of ignored mental illness among, among expats. I think that's a thing you could definitely say. People just, like, running away, and you can't kind of self-medicate the same way here that you can in other countries, so it comes out a little bit more. Uh, Yeah, it's crazy, but I also like I love this chat because I like to I don't talk a lot of politics with like family and friends. You know, when I get back in touch with America, so it's nice to kind of when we're talking about current events and stuff on the chat. It's really nice to see that kind of what's going on and what people are thinking. And I love that there's even diversity in the chat. I really like hearing where people are coming from and kind of what they're and because America is diverse enough, because it's big enough, and there's so many different types of lifestyles in America. I like that a lot. Kind of hearing where everyone's at, because it's really strange how how much people have kind of been tested over the last decade or so. Mm. Oh, the prophecy. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the prophecy ref. Uh, nice. Oh, man. Yeah, but it's great. Uh, but yeah, it's a nice, and I really like the, everyone's nice to each other in the chat. There's not like, I mean, I think there's some playful antagonism, but everyone's like respectful, and that's really cool because you don't see a lot of that online. I really like, yeah, I really like that. No, Japanese are kind of apolitical, and I think it has a lot to do with they vote for parties, not candidates so much. Local bureaucrats and like local politicians, you vote directly for, but the prime minister and the big choices are just left up to the party. So you just vote for your party, and the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, has, I think that's what they are. They've been in control forever, and there's nobody that can kind of upset them. So they're the ones. So that era in the early, or kind of like mid 2000 or late 2000s, early 2010s, where Japan had a new prime minister every year, was because there's a lot of kind of political infighting and movement in that dominant party, but that party's been in control for a long time, and there's not really anybody that's opposing them in any strong way, so they don't have to like build those coalitions or whatever to make a functioning government. They get enough votes that they stay in power. But yeah, people don't not as and also because people don't, a really difficult thing you have to teach when I was teaching in the public schools in Japan, especially teaching high school, anybody that wanted to study abroad, the difficult thing was to teach Japanese people to have an opinion and I mean, not have an opinion, but to express their opinion and defend it. That's just not really done here, because that can make people uncomfortable, and your first thought is always other people's kind of other people's comfort or other people's happiness or other people's feelings. Like you're thinking more about other people than yourself, so you don't want to say, yeah, I think this guy is a crook, or I think this is this, because that might make people uncomfortable. You don't express a view very strongly, so you may have a view, but you don't openly debate or openly discuss things. So the strongest thing that people say is, oh, that the dinner was delicious, the movie was interesting. It's like, that's about all people say. When you're listening to people talk in like coffee shops and cafes and stuff in public, they're talking about, oh, I like this kind of cake, oh, I like this kind of dinner, I like this kind of food, this is my favorite wine. That's it. Like people don't have kind of knock down, drag out political discussions in public like a lot of other cultures do. Yeah, so maybe people aren't apolitical, but if they feel that way because they never express a political opinion, and so it's hard. It's a hard thing to teach them. It's a hard thing for them to learn. Is that if they go to university outside of Japan, a lot of the things that you're going to do, especially early on, is debate. It's like, well, what do you think about that? Why do you think that's right? What do you think about what this student just said, and that's a really hard thing, especially any of the Japanese students that were in my, I think it was mostly graduate school because I was in California. They had a really hard time during critiques because they didn't want to say anything very strong. So they're just like, that's nice. They didn't want to have a strong opinion because they worried that it would make the person feel bad or make the people uncomfortable if it wasn't wasn't what the criticism they were expecting or whatever. Yeah. K5 is shelter in. Nice. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Like, oh yeah, so on the chat, the combined chat that I'm looking at, I don't see any of the emojis, any of the graphics. So I just see the command in K5's chat. So now I can see the kitten in the box. uh yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's a funny thing is Americans don't think so much about and that's why you have to have those guidelines, like don't talk politics, don't talk religion, like if you're meeting people for the first time, or you don't have, or there's people you don't know in a group. Well, we're told that in America, and you don't have to tell Japanese people that because they would not ever think to say anything that would make somebody uncomfortable. It's a really, you would only do that like in a weird business situation or something where you want to show kind of dominance over somebody, or you want to embarrass somebody for a kind of a status or I think I've seen some kind of ugly stuff like that, like the boss or whatever is there, and people try to make themselves look you know better or more intelligent or something in front of their manager or their boss, but most of the time, yeah, you're trying to not rock the boat. But yeah. Oh, I finally saw, it was on Netflix finally in Japan. I watched Hereditary. I kept hearing about that movie. Like people were saying, the movie's insane, it's so disturbing, and it was like one of the scariest movies they'd seen in a while. I'm totally forgetting the director, but it was his first movie. I think it was his first like big movie. And shoot, yeah, I'm blanking on the name because it's streaming. I don't remember any names, but it was good. If you liked Rosemary's Baby or those kind of like what's going on, kind of building tension. It's tense, more tense than horrific. There's a little bit of violence in it. Well, yeah, some horrific stuff. Events happen, but it's not super bloody or anything because of it. But it has that building tension, like what's going on here. Same thing that Rosemary's Baby does, and the climax of it gets a little. It's they use some really kind of disturbing elements, and the main actress, the mother character, does some really crazy things towards the end. Like physically, things get really crazy. But it wasn't as yeah. People said like certain scenes like have haunted them, and they keep seeing them again and again. And maybe it's because I was thinking about that when I was watching it. It's like, wow, on the big screen in a movie theater, this would have a much bigger effect because he was doing some like super close-ups of like people, like there's big key moments and like people's expressions change and things, and really, extreme close-ups of faces reacting. And on a television, even a big television now, you're like, it's like that's not confronting you. But with all the lights are off, it's the only thing in the room, and it's bigger, it's 30 feet across, that's going to have a much bigger impact. So I thought about like how much was lost not watching this movie in the theater, but it was good. It's definitely worth it. Yeah. So Hereditary is a recommendation. It's Yeah, and some people said like the son, the actor that plays the son, wasn't very good. I thought he was fine. He had to do some pretty extreme stuff and kind of handled it pretty well. But that was good. Yeah, I always want to see some. Uh, I'm always interested in disturbing movies, like real tense kind of disturbing horror movies, and there's been some good stuff out. But the big disappointment is they don't do that in Japan anymore. Like there's horror movies in Japan, but they're getting really, and a lot of them are like direct to video and stuff now. But they're losing that creativity. They're losing kind of the innovation that they had, and it's just the same kind of ghost story again and again and again. I think maybe Korean horror movies are doing better as far as innovative. But yeah, when I watched yeah, this is between last week and this week. I watched Parasite again with my wife, so I watched it in Korean with Japanese subtitles. I'd already seen it, so I knew the story. But that Parasite is so good. Yeah, that's a really, really good movie. Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen. No, I haven't seen. I know the movie. I don't think I've seen it, but yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I definitely. I should see that because I keep hearing about it. People make reference to that a lot. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw that on the menu, but I didn't. I haven't checked that out. Yeah, yeah, Japan is. It's getting stuck in a couple of weird kind of predictable things. There hasn't been any, even like the indie directors and stuff that used to be doing kind of amazing things. I'm not seeing, or maybe it's because I'm in Japan though. It's hard to the stuff that does well at festivals, the Japanese directors that are doing good things and making small films that do the festival circuits like in Europe and America, that stuff never comes out here. So I think even on the streaming services, there's not an indie, there's not an IFC or a Bravo or Sundance Channel. There's nothing like that in Japan, so they don't support any small scale like independent stuff. So yeah, I miss a lot of that. It's weird because you can only see that the some of the really good Japanese stuff is only not in Japan. That doesn't make any sense. And a lot of the garbage, the real mainstream melodrama garbage. There's like, if you go to a movie theater, if you go to see a movie in Japan, every movie, before every movie, is always this high school melodrama something. And I think because a movie set in high school in Japan has a huge audience, because even old people like to think about when they were in high school, because it's like, was there maybe their last time of any sort of freedom or whatever. It's, I guess, it's like the obsession, the nostalgia obsession in the US, with like remaking, familiar properties and IPs from people's childhood, but it's not a brand, it's just a time, it's a story in high school. And so always some drama, kids in uniforms running and crying, and it's just it's amazing. There's so many of those movies. I don't think I've ever seriously watched one of them, but every time you go to a movie theater, there's always a new movie about some high school time, the early spring or whatever, the something summer, like every time there's somebody crying and running and wearing a high school uniform. So that's their nostalgia. It's a time. It's not related to like Godzilla or Ultraman or anything. It's specifically just related to when I was in high school. Yeah, so that's funny. Oh, nice, nice. Using that blue wrench. All right, the new Mountain Dew flavor. So this is a permanent flavor. Major melon. So watermelon? Yeah, charged watermelon flavor. Wow, artificial watermelon is never good. That's funny. That's a funny choice, but maybe if it's Mountain Dew, it doesn't quite taste like watermelon. Because what flavor is like? regular Mountain Dew supposed to be? Like lemon lime or something? That green flavor? So maybe the oh, I wonder if we're ever going to get that. We don't get, you rarely get Mountain Dew in Japan. Sometimes it shows up in vending machines, but I'm never seen it like in a. Oh no, that's not true. At Costco, Costco they have in the fountain. You can get refillable Mountain Dew, and of course Pepsi. In at the fountain, the fill your own. That's the only place that does that. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I want to try that. I hope I get a chance to. Hope somebody imports that. Artificial watermelon. Yeah, I'm mostly thinking of candies, maybe. Like I always avoided, and maybe because it's a surprise. Like red is cherry. Sometimes pinkish is strawberry, but when it's not strawberry, it's watermelon. So I was always watermelon. That was I'm thinking about like Dum Dums, or I'm trying to think of like things that you were trying to just identify by color. And always like watermelon. Yeah, I was always hoping for cherry or strawberry. Um, but yeah, that's funny. That's cool. That Mountain Dew star, like the character, the mascot character, the what is it? The Vietnam vet watermelon. Oh, it's Major. That's right, Major. Yeah, so it is a soldier, Major Melon. Nice, like a Full Metal Jacket watermelon. Watermelon Airheads. Yeah. Banana. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right, Rev. Banana is the worst. Yeah, you're right. I think if I'm willing to pay the price, yeah, I think Amazon. I can probably get some. I can order some from Amazon. Yeah, good thinking, K5. Yeah, that changed. I think some rule was changed in at Amazon as far as like crossing. So that means they're just screwing companies, like companies that put their, which is all they ever do, but companies that have their stuff, sell their stuff on Amazon that want region restrictions because of prices and taxes and whatever whatever licensing agreements or whatever, because there's a lot of like people pay a lot of money to be like the distributor of like Red Bull or whatever in Japan. They pay a lot of money for that, and so they're supposed to have some kind of protections, and then Amazon just lets you order things across borders that they shouldn't. But that's good for me. I mean, that's good for a small number of people. So it's good for me because I can get stuff that I couldn't get before. I'd have to like beg relatives to send me in the mail, or have them, put in their suitcases when they visited. And just like basic things like Q-tips and, Tums, like antacid tablets and stuff that they would never sell here, or in the same dose or the same style. But yeah, now Amazon's just like, fuck it. We'll ship you anything. So if you pay kind of a ridiculous price plus ridiculous shipping, you can get almost anything now in Japan. Oh, K5, you called it. It's right there. Holy shit. Wait a minute. So a 6-pack of the 20-ounce bottles will cost me $55. Nice. Yeah, I can order a 6-pack for 55 big ones. USD. Oh, that's funny. Or 12, let's see, 12-pack. It's just going to get heavier. Yeah, everything's about $50. A 6-pack, a 12-pack, or an 8-pack. 8-pack's a little bit more. Maybe it's heavier. That's funny. $50. But yeah, I mean, they're obviously they're breaking distribution deals, and that Amazon is like fucking people over, and maybe not on a big enough scale that it matters, but yeah, they're shipping stuff where they shouldn't be shipping things. So if you're willing to pay $50 for Mountain Dew, it's all yours. Not worth it. That's right. I'm gonna have to do like live streams with one of those like counter, like I have to set my goal to $55 and like just do something on live stream to earn my major melon, the major melon live stream, and just beg for money to ship major melon. But then I have to do a drinking major melon live stream. All right. Yeah. Yeah, still. Oh, I don't know. What was the there's been a couple, like Taco Bell always had like Code Red or some of the funny like black, what was the really dark Mountain Dew, kind of grapey flavored. Yeah, there's some good alternative Mountain Dew flavors. So yeah, I wouldn't mind trying that. But it's probably better to spend that extra money than asking someone to bring, because I don't think you can. I don't think you can put that much liquid in a suitcase now. So it would be hard to get it here any other way. Ah, oh, I can get the diet one too. That's funny. Yeah, that's amazing. They're just like, sure, we'll send it to you. Yeah, because it's Amazon. Yeah, or somebody, like oh no, there it goes. Online, yeah, online shopping service is the merchant. That sounds totally legit. Yeah, it's funny. Wow, very funny. Pitch Black. Thank you, K5. Yeah, Pitch Black. I like that. I think I bought that a lot for my daughter. I think yeah, we probably ate too much Taco Bell and drank too much alternative Mountain Dews. Yeah, when did they switch to uh, it's probably been long time, but the abbreviation, so MTN instead of like the whole word. I guess it makes a more balanced logo, but if you don't know the original word and you're not a native English speaker, that the name of this doesn't make any sense. Are you going to know that that's the abbreviation for mountain? Maybe that's why they can't have it in Japan, because people don't know how to say it. All right. Wow. One can, 160 calories. There's the back of the can is on Amazon. Okay, so wait, 160 for the regular, and let's switch to the oh, they don't show. Oh wait, they don't. There it is. 230. That's for the whole. Oh no, that's not the diet one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sure it's less. I just was curious about the back of the cans. Yeah, that's funny. Baja Blast. Ah, yeah, yeah. Liberty Brew. I never had that. What kind of flavor was that? Liberty Brew. Oh man, here's all the flavors. Oh damn. Yeah, I definitely have to start doing live streams for Mountain Dew shipping. Oh man, Merry Mashup. Oh, yeah, a lot of limited edition. So yeah, oh, I can't even imagine the price if these are being sold limited edition. Yeah, they won't come. A lot of the small sellers don't ship internationally. Voltage is raspberry ginseng citrus. That's crazy. Sorry, this is the Mountain Dew. I'm not even like showing you what I'm looking at. This is horrible. Merry Mashup. Ah, yeah, no Liberty Brew. It came up in the search, but yeah, nobody's selling it. That's funny. Oh, here's Mountain with the whole thing spelled out. Livewire. Remember that. Anyhow, I'm going to stop talking about things that I'm not showing you. That's pretty rude. Yeah, yeah. You probably can, Rev. I'm sure they'll send you those Sudanese paper clips. Yeah, but that just sucks though. If you're a company trying to and I don't know, I'm not crazy about that either. About people trying to take advantage of currency rates and stuff. There's hobby companies that really screw people like that, like the Games Workshop, the British run company really screws, especially Australia. They really screw them by making their the price of their stuff. Like you can't import it from other countries, legally, like without breaking rules or distribution deals. And the prices that they charge for Australian customers is insane. It's kind of like that with Japan too. Their prices for Japan are really, really brutal. And when the yen gets really strong, it's really painful. There's like no reason to even think about, not going to eBay or whatever, because it's just really, really garbage pricing. And especially when currencies vary as much as they do, it's like you have to think about, well, do I really want to buy this now because I'm paying a lot more money. I was never aware of that until I was until I had income in two countries, and yeah, that's really weird. Is thinking about the differences in different rates. Yeah. Nice. Coffee. Nice. Yeah, I've had to slow down on coffee. Recently, my stomach has been really brutalized. For some reason, I gotta just maybe gotta switch to something. But I've been drinking a lot of Japanese instant coffee, and it's been just wrecking me some days. So yeah, that's why the Red Bull. Although I don't need the calories, all the sugar in Red Bull. But I can't do the diet. Like I really, really hate the chemical sugars are really nasty. Like they just that taste just kind of sticks in your mouth forever, even when you're no longer drinking it or whatever. So I can't do that. So I just have to drink less of everything. Just need caffeine pills, right? I just need no dose or whatever or what, 5 hour energy. That's all, like super caffeine too. Cold brew, that's a good idea. Yeah, I could get the caffeine and not the. Yeah, I think it's just the acid or whatever that's just been tearing me up. Yeah, and it might be just because the instant coffee, maybe brewed coffee would be better. It might just be that the instant coffee, the way that they make it, keeps more of something that I'm not doing well with. All right. Okay, boxes. What am I doing here? But yeah. Wow, that's crazy. You can just order a Mountain Dew, but I guess that's not much different than all the like Postmates and all the crazy delivery stuff you can get. Like if you live in a big city, you can basically just say, "Oh, I want a box of Lucky Charms." And it's like, yeah, if you pay $45, we'll bring it to your house. Yeah, during the lockdown stuff. And we just went, I think yesterday. Not quite the area, but where my office is and everything. Just went into lockdown again for 3 weeks. So I think until February. So technically, where I live, where I am like right now, isn't in lockdown because the population is lower and the numbers aren't so big. But every big city around me is in lockdown now. So, but it's weird. It's kind of half-assed, the half-assed version, because the public schools stay open. So all schools stay open. It's recommended that you telecommute, like you work from home, but it's not required. There's no penalty, and they even say you can just like do rotations, like have like half and half or a third and a third, like a third rotating or something. But they're just trying to reduce, I think, evening, like people going out after work and the crowding on the trains and stuff. I think that's the only thing they're trying to reduce, but I don't think that's going to have a big effect. So I don't know, maybe no Olympics this year. If we're in lockdown until February and what Olympics June, I don't think there's not a chance. I don't know what they're gonna do. Ah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've got to experiment with some different types of coffee and different brews. Yeah, that's the really funny thing. And I had the really kind of worried comment, or kind of, I had the January cartoon that I do, kind of the New Year's cartoon. So I always do the glasses like every unimaginative year. My first cartoon of January for this series is always the glasses of the new year, because when it was 2000 something, it was always like, perfect glasses. So I did those stupid like novelty glasses that people would always have in Times Square or whatever. So this year I just wrote 2021 on a mask and put it, and had it as the cartoon saying, things were a little bit different this year. And people had a really strong reaction. So I didn't realize how like politically tense the mask issues are in the U.S., because the mask is just, it's Asia, so masks are just a fact of life. Because of population density, people don't even think twice. And also, like I was saying about you think of other people before you think of yourself. So if you are, even like if you're sneezing from hay fever or whatever, that's pretty distracting and strange for people to have to deal with, you sneezing and blowing your nose and stuff all the time. So people have hay fever, they wear masks, and it reduces the symptoms. They have a cold, they wear a mask. They have to go back and forth on a train, and they are sick, they just naturally wear a mask. And now people, and even in the flu season, people wear masks, just because they're worried the air is dry and there's more stuff in the air, so maybe a mask will help, even if you're not, to defend you when you're not sick. And so that's the thinking that continued into our lovely pandemic times. And but it's so natural here that there's nothing political and nothing contentious about it. And the funny thing is, if you don't wear a mask, everyone just gives you a glance. They just kind of look at you, and there's not usually a lot of eye contact in Japan. So if you're not wearing a mask, people just kind of look at you, and it makes you conscious, like, oh, yeah, sorry, I should be thinking about, other people. So you like naturally are reminded to wear a mask, but nobody's like, or nobody, screams at you that you're killing somebody or whatever. But yeah, but I just noticed the comments on that cartoon were, face diaper and masks save lives, and yeah, it got very political very fast. Wow. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's really weird. Wow. That's $100. Sorry, I missed the first warning is 100. Next is 250. Jesus. Yeah, people have so much money right now. That's really great. Wow. Yeah, I can't believe they're actually going to enforce. Well, it makes sense that they want to enforce fees, because everything is down right now. All their like speeding ticket, parking ticket, income is down, so they got to find another source of income. So yeah, masks would be a nice way to make your county some extra money, or your township or whatever. That's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous. And it's funny how the bad weather is showing us how things really work. Like, the bad motivations, the bad thinking of government and companies and people. We just keep getting shown. Ugh. Yeah, it's really odd. But we'll forget as soon as this lessens. We'll forget who the bad guys were in this situation. Okay. Oof. Let's try this. God damn. Come on, brush size. I might be on. Yeah. My keyboard's on the wrong language. That's really weird. That I guess it makes sense, but that's really weird that it. There it goes. Keyboard shortcuts should be independent of language. It should just be whatever key you're physically hitting. It's very odd. All right. Oh, hey, 10th Sin. I'm just using the standard. I'm drawing with the pencil and just the standard brush. So my pressure sensitivity is just all based on this. Can you see my cursor? It's just all based on this setting here. I don't have a brush that's sensitive. So yeah, I'm just using the standard, not the soft round. Yeah, but it's just the pencil pencil brush, so no aliasing or everything because I'm working high resolution. So if you can see, if you go in, you can see there's no aliasing on this drawing because I'm working at 600 dpi for a small drawing. So I'm doing 600 dpi at a not much bigger than a like a bigger than a postcard, but not quite. So then when I produce the JPEG, then it aliases, then it smooths everything out. But this allows me to get enough like variation in the line. The line looks pretty natural, but I can also then go blow these images up. So the images that I'm working on, so it looks really small here, but you can actually see how gigantic the drawings that I'm doing are, and it's only when I do the kind of final work that there's any aliasing happens. So this is basically all pixel art. Basically I'm doing completely high-res pixel art until I reduce for like export for the web or for, but I just noticed for printing and everything I needed to stay, because the biggest mistake I think a lot of people make with web cartoons is, web is my target, so I'm going to work low res and with a lot of nice brushes and blending and aliasing and stuff. But then whatever resolution you worked at, that's what you're stuck at. And if you want to publish collections or do posters or t-shirts or whatever, you're going to have weird restrictions. So I just kind of did this strange hybrid of kind of pixel art and because this was the idea originally came from, how do I scan the marker? So I did Sharpie on paper and scanned it originally. And so I could scan it, 150, 300, and get an okay image, especially if I was working really small. But I decided I'm going to scan the marker drawings as basically bitmaps, but at a very high resolution. So I'm getting all the nuance of the thinness and the thickness of the line, and it's very easy to color because I'm not dealing with any aliased or kind of edge pixels that are blurry. When I'm saying alias, it's like the computer kind of makes decisions graphically about how things are blending together, and to give you a realistic smooth line, there's kind of gray variations of gray pixels at the edge. And so when you go to then fill that with color, it decides how many of those pixels you're going to fill based on the sensitivity or the what do they call it, the wait a minute, I'm on the gradation. I'm totally blanking what it's called. The tolerance, the tolerance settings of like your different tools. So to just try to get around that and get as things as very easy to deal with as possible, I scanned the marker drawings very high resolution and then worked on them like that. And without the aliasing, it's a lot less data. So even though I'm working 600 dpi, these are not really, really giant files that are difficult to deal with. And then they're a lot more flexible. I can print them in a book, I can put them online, and I'm never going to lose any quality or have that, because sometimes it's really sad when you see people's concept art or stuff they've done for movies, and they try to publish it in like art book collections, and it's just all pixelated and random garbage. Oh no. Anti-fog silicone nose bridge. Uh-oh. Nice. Oh, that's a good idea, though. Wow. For glasses. Yeah, that's the worst thing is breathing all over your breathing all over your mask. I wonder. Yeah. I wonder if that works. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. It probably is just a foam strip to kind of, yeah, keep your breath, and that actually probably solves a lot of the problems. Oh, silicone no slip. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm looking at things that I'm not showing you. Yeah. Oh, so I am. I'll show you that later. But yeah, I just I just started the podcast for those stories. I think I played you or sent you the links to those short stories that I was writing, and Dolly read one of them of the that I was going to do for the podcast. So I just started that. So every week I'm going to release one of those stories, and it's going to be the AI read voice version. And so that'll be like the free one, and then maybe like Patreon or something, I'll do the ones that actual voice actors did. I'll put those behind a Patreon so you can hear. So that's where you can see those. But yeah, so every week I'm going to try to release. So it'll be like the first 12 will come out weekly, and then we'll see how much I can keep writing. But I'll show you that. I'll show you that in a minute. Once I get closer to done. But yeah, so those nose things were reminding me of the gimmick, the gimmick in those short stories. The kind of AR visor in that world is just a little thing that sits on the bridge of your nose. So it looks like one of those. Like, it looks like something from eyeglasses. You know, it just looks like those little silicone rests. Sorry. On eyeglasses, but it's metal, and it's actually a device, a communication device. Nice. Yeah, I should order some of those from someplace as a as merch for the stories. Oh yeah, so oh yeah, the first story is on YouTube as well. That's right. So here, let me send you. Here's the. I did it. So I did a podcast, but then I also did a. Oh shit! Somebody did the same thing I did, only reversed. Stories, right? Or no? So it's like a fake. Oh come on! It's not even showing up. Wow, I'm not doing well on YouTube. It's not even showing up. Holy shit. Okay, well let me switch my account here so I can find it. Jesus. Yeah, so please subscribe to this poor channel. Yeah, so I post the so that I should have the name. I registered the real name for it too. So that's the first story that I did as a video on that channel, and then the other. Wow, I'm getting like 0 search results for that. Sucks. I set up this channel, and it's impossible to find. That really sucks. And here, I think there's a real name for this one too. And here's the hobby channel. Thank you, Rev. So you and I, Rev, are the only subscribers. So yeah, I'll post. I'll do like a video version. So that's just the podcast art for the episode. Oh yeah, maybe here. Let me just switch over. Oh man, show you guys this. There's not much to see, But yeah, let me switch over to this. No, not that. Desktop, Chrome. Oh, no. Okay, so display capture. This one. There we go. Yeah, so here's the channel. So it's just the enmity, those enmity stories. So they're like the big bad corporation in the story is enmity. So yes, I'll just do the stories here. So I don't think I'll. So I just did the art, the episode art, and the story. So they're like 12 to 15 minutes each. I think I sent you a link to the one that Dolly did, but yeah. So I'll start releasing those, and I'm curious. Obviously, they're not being found anywhere, though. Hey, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. But yeah, so it's not, there's no animation or anything. It's just I put some put some graphics over the art. But yeah, so I want to try to do that. I think it'll probably, because I wrote a bunch of these stories. I have like 15 in various states. Like, a couple are just fragments, but I have like 15 of these stories all based in the same world. So it's different characters. The only continuity is they all live in this same slightly future world. And I didn't know what to do with them. I thought maybe I would like do a self-published collection, but I don't know, how to promote that. And I know short fiction is not, most people just give away short fiction to promote novels and, bigger work. And so I was just like, okay, I'll just set up a website and give all the stories away. And then I was thinking about hiring voice actors to do like an audio version of them, but it ended up being between 200 and 300 per story. It's like, I may never see that back. And then I came across the IBM Watson, and Amazon does it too, but their voices kind of suck. And then the oh shoot, I forget the other technology, but I found some AI powered voices where you can do text to voice, and it's using AI to kind of give you inflection and stuff. So all of the voices on these episodes are computer generated, and it's insane like how amazingly natural they sound compared to like maybe 10 years ago or whatever. So the technology has changed a lot because of, I guess the intelligence of the software. But it's, you can tell that they're artificial, but I thought it fit nicely with the artificialness of the world. Like, these are characters in a miserable kind of dystopia that they don't even realize that they're in. Like, everything is kind of controlled and their lives are affected very heavily by this technology. And so I thought computer voices reading that, there's like a weird irony or a weird something about that. So it ruins a little bit of the drama, because nobody can yell or cry. None of the voice actors, the computer actors, can cry or shit. Is my mic even on? Wait a minute here. Oh, there it is. It is on. Sorry. So I'm not here, but my voice is. Where is the? Sorry. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, there we go. So I've been talking invisibly. Yeah. So anyhow, the technology is getting much better, and it almost makes this listenable. And so I thought I would just, instead of like actually asking people to read something, is just do an audio version and make it a podcast. So I'll release these as weekly episodes for a while and see how it goes. I mean, I really like the stories. I think the gimmick is really fun, and it's really fun to like think your way through this world because we're so close to it. So it's not really science fiction. It's like speculative fiction, that just a year ahead of where we are, just the not so distant future. So I really like the that content or that idea. So yeah, so take a listen to those. I'll put one out every week, and let me know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just another thing. I didn't know what to do with it. I had no idea what to do with it. So I just thought I would, because I'd done so much editing for the other podcast, I was comfortable enough with software to kind of do sound effects and kind of clean up the audio to make it decent to listen to. So yeah, this seemed like the only logical thing to do because audiobooks are kind of popular. And I should probably do these as a podcast, but then also like list them with Audible or, do them as audiobooks on Amazon or whatever. I should probably do that as well so that it's all kind of more legitimate. But that's that. And, so here, let me see. Here is right now, I've got a website, but it's not all that complete. So here's the hosting for that. So this is the podcast. So that's where the podcast is, and then the website itself is. Oh, I got this in the tab already. The website itself, I was trying to do like a corporate website that looked like a real company, but then just had like fiction on it. Yeah. So it's just got, I didn't know the best way to present it. So I'm just going to put each episode in little players on the main site. I guess I should put a subscribe links. Yeah, I should put subscribe links, but this is just the kind of the thing, but I wanted to have it, kind of read like a cheesy, slick, corporate website. So that's the home for it right now. And then that's just the podcast link from the hosting. So we'll see. It takes a long time, surprisingly long time for podcasts to get listed. I was surprised how, Apple and Google and everything, it's going to be 2 to 3 weeks. Like, okay, great. You launch a podcast and then 2 to 3 weeks later you can promote it. So we'll see. Yeah. I made the website. It's just a WordPress, and I just did the that animation is just a where is it? The animation is just a After Effects just thing, just a logo reveal for After Effects. But yeah, I wanted to do something like kind of clean and corporate, and I'd love to do the fiction like on this website. It would be so great to make it just a corporate technology website and then just have the stories on it somehow, but go through the details of the world. Like, so that image, that thing that's revealed is the visor, and the visor is just just like the silicone on the the silicone little feet or whatever on glasses. It's just like this thing that sits on the bridge of your nose, but it's an AR display, so you get like this heads-up display that everybody lives in. So everybody is like connected instead of a smartphone or whatever. Their communication, their connection to the world and the technology is this thing that sits on the bridge of their nose, and you have to wear it. It basically always has to be on, and it's synced to a chip that was put in your arm when you were born. Sorry. So it's just a heavily monitored world, but people, sorry, people, goddamn, people are still just trying to have normal lives, trying to have kids and get married and have jobs and live in nice houses and stuff. People are still doing the very typical kind of middle class lifestyle things in this kind of technologically infected world. So, so the idea of the stories was just, how does divorce work? How do dating apps work? How does, having a kid work in this slightly future world? So yeah, so there'll be a bunch of those. Yes, sorry. Sorry, if I hit, what is it? B, if I hit B for, which is brush, which is the shortcut for brush on Photoshop, but I'm in OBS, then it says be right. It does my be right back message. Jesus. Yes, this is very hard to orchestrate all of these things. Yeah, that would be funny though. I haven't thought about that. Like what future woke is. Like what is the logical furthest extent of like social justice and everything? Like how far would that go? And so because it is kind of one corporation that is handling everything. Every aspect of your life is kind of maintained by one corporate entity. And they decided they were going to be woke. Like, what does that look like? So that's I don't know. I that's gonna take some thought, but that's an interesting idea. Yeah. Sorry about that. Talking. Boom. Yeah. Sorry. The shortcuts are brutal. All right. So now I'm definitely in Photoshop, so I can hit B, and I'm still online. Great. All right. So let's try to think of something to draw. Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to ramble so much about that, but I wanted to show you guys that because I was proud of myself for actually getting that launched. But it's not going to do anything for a long time. I think it's going to take months, before it builds any traction. So thank you for the subs. I appreciate it. And so then you'll get notices when the new episodes go up. So now I'm doing a cartoon, tabletop hobby podcast, and now short fiction podcast. Yes. So we'll see. I wish these things had more synergy. I can't really cross promote things very well. I guess I could promote them just as if they were sponsors or advertising or something, but none of the things that I work on have any good crossover in audience or anything. So it's just all 3 separate things. Oh, sweet. Yeah, quantum computing. Yikes. Yeah, that's really good. The rights of the inanimate. They didn't choose to not be sentient. That's good. But yeah, when people are so monitored and there's so much information, there's so easily you can, get into people's lives. It would be, illegal, but it would so easily you could kind of follow people around if they're always connected to something. What would stalking be like in the future? Yeah, there's a lot of weird ideas that that play out very strange in that world. Yeah. And I don't spell out. I just the stories just have the facts of how that technology, how people think about that technology, but I don't really spell out how it works. What the actual functionality is. So in a way it's not quite hard sci-fi. It's just more kind of speculative fiction in a little technology setting. Yeah, and it all just came about from lunch conversations with one of the guys from the podcast, the desktop tabletop podcast. We were just talking over lunch about sci-fi settings and cyberpunk and stuff, and I started to think about that world, and then just started writing about it, and just never stopped. Just every time I got an idea. And that was the thing. I think that's the Stephen King thing. When he has a really good book about writing, and I haven't read it, but I heard him talking about it. I heard him interviewed and talking about his technique, and I think that's really important. That's the thing that I discovered is anytime I tried to write before, I would write fragments and little pieces of stuff, and I liked the scene or the idea or whatever, but I would never finish it because it was this fragment that didn't have a full thought. So anytime I had some kind of idea for one of these stories, I would write the whole story, and I would just do it straight ahead. Sometimes I would have an idea how I wanted it to end, but I would just write it straight ahead and try to get it to a place that felt like this is a good conclusion, or this is the end of the thought, or this is kind of the consequence of these decisions or whatever. And that worked really well to make these complete things. So he does that in like novel form, and that's the thing that people criticize Stephen King for, is the like no structure. So he writes straight ahead, so unexpected things happen, and it's very organic and interesting. But sometimes the ending is the third act in Stephen King stories is kind of sometimes doesn't work, because he gets there, just with characters. He just gets there with the how events work. But that worked really well for me to finish ideas. I never got these little writing ideas ever finished. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I had an idea, I said, I'm going to write the whole thing. I'm going to let it finish out. And you kind of let the characters and the setting and everything tell you what happens, like tell you what to do. So I don't have an idea of how it happens. I just know the inspiration. Like it just starts like that. I was amazed how much more writing I could get done. And so I just kept writing these little stories. And once I had enough of them, then I didn't know what to do besides give them away. So yeah, the audio version was born. But yeah, so we'll see if I can get any traction with that. And with my luck, just like with this cartoon, it took like 2 years of doing it, full time to get any to get anybody to notice it. So it'll probably be that I'll do those stories for 2 years, and then finally it'll get noticed. But just like with this live stream, that's like always been my luck. I think I was doing it for 1 year, and then John became my first patron and told me he was actually listening to it when I was doing this live stream. And then after 2 years, then Hyphonics found the live stream, and you guys rated me, and that was how anybody ever showed up. So I'm on this like weird 2-year schedule for everything that everything I do. Doesn't matter unless I've done it 2 years in a row. All right. Oh, sure. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, instead of me having to, like just say it in the chat or whatever. That's a good idea. I should promote everything, even though it's like such a bunch of random stuff. So it's a weekly single panel gag cartoon, and it's sci-fi stories, and it's reviews of Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. I don't think I've ever reviewed Dungeons and Dragons, but it's all that kind of game. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'll do that, though. I'll make a little block of links to everything, especially because I'd love people to see this. See the podcast and the stories a little more easily. All right. Yeah, it would be good, too, so when these live streams get archived, to actually have some promotion. All right. Yeah, no, I think that's good. Yeah, I should do better at that crossover promotion between stuff. And maybe, there's something that somebody will find. They like ran across this live stream and aren't really into the cartoon or the conversation, but they might find something else. So yeah, that's a good idea. All right. What are we doing here? So maybe a series of like opened boxes. Yeah, maybe just a bunch of open boxes works. So the lids, yeah, something about like what's left behind once everything is opened. Oh, these are actually, they don't look like they match, do they? Let's see if I can fix that. Still. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah. And if I fill this, maybe I can. The overlap will help make it more convincing. Sure. So I have no idea what kind of boxes these are, but they're all open. Yeah, something like that. All right. Maybe shift this one a little bit. It's kind of wonky. I might have to redraw. Let's see. Oh no, I think it's okay. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, you can get a little bit of you got a little bit of flexibility. I guess maybe especially the way that I'm drawing things. If the perspective is a little off or whatever, I can shift it a little bit. But like you see, sometimes if I do too much, then the thickness of the line gets either too thick or too thin, and it looks very distorted. So it's obvious that I like manipulated it. But you've got just like a little bit of flexibility. Like if you've ever seen that kind of motion art or whatever, where like a character will, you know, like look like their leg is slightly moving and their head is slightly turning. You can cheat a 2D picture a little bit and it doesn't start to look distorted. So you can, so that's what I'm doing by that weird editing, is I'm cheating a little bit in the to move the lines a little to make the perspective make more sense. So it looks like this stuff is all sitting on the same surface instead of kind of especially like my early marker stuff, it was, if it was wrong, I would just be like, okay, it's wrong, but I would just, you know, draw it out, just try to be disciplined about it. And yeah, a lot of times that would not be good. All right. But it's there. It's documented forever. At least I show like some sort of evolution or improvement. That's the good thing about doing poorly at the beginning, is you can improve over time and show some creative growth. All right, so let's see here. Some of the insides. Oh, all the boxes are gonna need filled. Do some variation of the colors though. Maybe this one just gray. All right. All right. Hey, Hazmat, how's it going? Just trying to get some cartoons done and maybe actually posted in the new year. Jeez. Yeah, that was terrible. Last week. That was very... Is that filled? Yeah. Yeah, that was really bad. That I screwed up the upload. Yeah, I still don't quite know what I did, so I'm sure I'll make the same mistake again somehow. I think it was a naming thing. A file name. Yeah, file name thing. Oh yeah, no, I guess they, yeah, it all has the same colors. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that, is it? No. No. Yeah, I'll have to just do this by hand. Yeah, sometimes when the difference in the colors isn't big enough, you gotta change the tolerance, or else it just fills it all up. But you can also, let's see. Yeah, there we go. You can also just fill it in by hand. Yeah, I think I The file name, so the automated system, like I have to put the date and like a code in the name of the file. Yeah, so the file name, I think it was a digit off or something on the year. Like I screwed up the date, and so it didn't see it to upload it. And I didn't realize it until yesterday. It's like, wait a minute, I haven't gotten any notification for my new cartoons going up. So what a brilliant way to start the new year. It's a nice system that they have. They make it as easy as possible for, idiots to get stuff on the website. And I just I just wasn't paying attention. I just did something stupid because it should have been obvious, like, when the files are in, name order in the directory, it should have been obvious that I made some sort of mistake, but I totally missed it. Should they all be the same color? Yeah, they're just boxes of something. Yeah, we'll see. I can change it. After I do this, they should look better. All right. Wow. Sorry, let me zoom in so I don't miss. I've noticed I've been doing these shadows and stuff, the shading at a too small of resolution because I'll have some weird gaps. Yeah, like right there. Like I have weird gaps and stuff that only when I zoom in do I realize how everything is too close. Yeah, a lot of weird gapping that I should have noticed if I was zoomed in enough. Damn, everything is gonna be done by hand. All right, let's see if I can fill this. There we go. But on the inside. Wow. Yeah, that gray is just not enough. I can change the tolerance, but I don't think I want to have to set, if I play around with that too much, then I leave it at a bad setting and it never gets corrected. So let's just do the quick and easy version. One more. There we go. Yeah, and look, right there is a big overfill. Yeah, I got to do that more often because work a closer resolution. And these little edge lights kind of always make it seem a little bit more something, like there's more dimensionality, or the light seems more interesting when I do these little edge fills. Looks like something else is going on. Yeah, especially because it's boxes and stuff, it has a little bit of thickness, a little bit of depth that you don't really see, so that helps make it look more believable. Yeah, maybe along here too. And also breaks up the surface a little bit more. All right. Oh no. Ouch. Was it used like wet coffee grounds, or was it dry? Yeah, dry sounds painful. Oh man. Ouch. Coffee eyes. Yeah, that sucks. I hate when oh, that's right, butter. Bread and butter. Yeah, I hate when things that you don't think are going to go directly. I guess, that's why there's safety goggles and things, but things you don't think are going to go directly into your eyes do. And it's like, what was the odds that was actually going to happen? Like, you put a glass down too hard, and like the liquid, like just like one little drop, is propelled, like splashes up and is propelled, and it goes right into your eye. Like, how does that work? It's like some weird. That's not good. Feels like there's some magnetic force drawing things into your eyes. Yeah, I hate that. Maybe I'll have it unsliced, but I'll cut the end of this off. Way too yellow. Oops. Yeah, and there's crazy things like the worst thing I ever got in my eye was rust. Was like a little tiny. I forget, like, what was I doing? I was just fixing something, or like trying to get a seized, like rusted bolt off of or nut off of a bolt or something, and you get a piece of rust. And rust is like a razor blade. It's like a nightmare to get out of your eye. But coffee's got to be a close second. That sounds like it could be pretty sharp too, because it's grounds. It's something that's torn up, so it's gonna have all kinds of nice edges to grab. Oh damn! Yeah. Yeah. Maybe wet would be. I mean, it won't be any easier to get out, but yeah, maybe not scratch, because that's the thing. That's the scariest thing, is like scratching your cornea. I don't think you heal from that ever. So if you get something hard enough and sharp enough in your eye, that is it. Yeah, you're gonna see that see that mistake forever. Ugh. So not a happy. I don't think anybody had a good start to their new year. Did anybody in chat have a good a good beginning to this 2021? So now we know that song is all bullshit. The Auld Lang Syne and all that. That's all bullshit. Nothing ever goes away. It stays shitty. The badness stays. Ugh. We need to do white to make this look. Oh, that's not white. To make it look, yeah, more like convincingly like butter. Which means this needs the same treatment. All right. Oh no. You really had to. Oh wow. Oh damn. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, that sounds really miserable. Ah. Yeah, because your eyes are like so. They've only got one technique for getting something out of them, and it's just like wash it into the corners. So, yeah, if something is stuck enough. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, because coffee doesn't it would never dissolve. I mean, it'll eventually decompose, but it's not going to dissolve. So it's going to stay where it gets stuck. Ouch. And I thought naming my file wrong was bad. I was having all this non-uploading trauma. Oh, that sounds miserable. Mm. All right. Oh, I don't think I did the drop shadows or the eyes on the other drawing yet either. Yeah, do it closer. Do it closer. Yeah, this is the kind of shadow underneath is the one I think I've been screwing up the most by not zooming in. There's like weird gaps and stuff. Oh, like that and this that I keep leaving in the drawings. All right. Something like that. All right, let's try. Wow, maybe even a little bit bigger. Yeah. Or smaller. Depends on the... I don't know what's going on with this butter. All right. All right. Oh, cool. Okay. Take it easy, Rev. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate your insight and yeah, what's going on with you. Yeah, take care. I'll be back next week doing this, so hope I can catch you again. Yeah, but it's fun. So stay sane, stay centered, and stay sane. All right. And eyes on the boxes. Nice. Good night. Yeah, take care. Be safe and see you soon. Hopefully, oh, yeah, well, it'll still be a few more weeks of locked down for me. Jeez. But, yeah, take care. And thanks for the sub on my, on that story channel. I hope it, it's not even searchable, so I don't know what's going on. It's not even searchable on YouTube, so something's weird. But maybe after more content, maybe just the one video or whatever. All right. So, then get in. Actually, I think I want to do, yeah, the shadowy side is better. The eyes and the shadow always look kind of a little more fun. More expressive, or a little bit more something, so I'll do that. Come on, there we go. Yeah, so these guys, put these maybe over here. Yeah, maybe just open, exposed, and empty. Yeah, there's a lot of... There we go. Hmm. Oh, how long ago? How long ago did I make it? Make what? I'm sorry, I missed. I wasn't paying attention. How long ago did I make what? The the channel. Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah. I was talking about the YouTube. That's right. Just Tuesday. Yeah, it was just I just made it on Tuesday. The account, the Google account, had existed for a long time. I set up the Gmail account for a long time, so it existed in YouTube, but there was no channel. And then I just recently set it up as a channel. And the weird thing that it did when I was trying to look it up is there's like two instances of this thing. Yeah, I don't understand. It still has the channel with no account, and it has the channel with the name. It's weird. I don't know what YouTube is doing. Sorry, yeah, the YouTube channel. Oh, thanks, Rev. I got a comment. I got some. What is that? Engagement. I got some channel engagement. Nice. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to. I don't know. Merge that or delete that other one or whatever. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, it might. No, I think you're right, K5. It just might take a while. I thought I searched it like on the app to subscribe to it with my other account on my phone. I searched for it and I thought I found it. But it just maybe take a while because it didn't give me any notifications either when I uploaded the story. The first story, it didn't give me any notifications. So just maybe slow, or maybe it's a toxic channel that doesn't conform to the political views of YouTube. All right. So let's see. How are we doing time-wise? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I should write. I'll do the music thing next time. Sorry. I'll do the music thing next time. I should write these and get going because I have I got to go. In this cold weather, I've been doing a lot more driving, so I got to go pick up my wife and daughter because it's after 6 here. So sorry, I got a bit of a late start. So, yeah. So, so this butter thing has got to be what, self-expression. I wonder if this is some kind of butter sculpture. They were confused whether it was butter sculpture or what it is. Hey, way too cool. How's it going? Good name. And cool, like the cigarette. That's the best spelling. All right. Okay. Let's see. So it was something about butter sculpture. So. Self-expression. For butter, I should put it in butter terms. But for butter, self-expression, which, is it hyphenated? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, sculpture or melting. There's no melted butter here, though. Oh, I guess it does look like it was melted and rejoined. Yeah, this might be actually another one that would be good to have the eyes on the shadowy side. So it's not like it's ignoring. Sorry. Okay. Apparently been through a lot. All right, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Oh yeah, so way too cool. This is way too much caffeine, maybe, and way too strange a drawing. Yeah, so yeah, butter that had been melted and hardened. There we go. So maybe an empty pun, right? And open to something. Oh, thanks, K5. Thanks. Maybe, yeah, used and empty. But still open to new things. Oh, this is terrible. All right, the boxes all felt used and empty, but still open to new things. Yeah, that's it. That's the stupidity. Yeah, so this is and this, yeah, the single word. Oh wait. Oh, apparently is spelled wrong too, right? Is there two P's in apparently? I'll spell check that. That's great. Excellent. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, K5. Thanks for sending me. I'm sorry, I don't check my see my messages enough on Instagram, but yeah, that art that you sent me, the pictures you sent me were great. That was really cool. So that's your aunt? Yeah, that work was really awesome. I want to zoom in and take a look at the detail, but that looked very cool. All right. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Yeah, I better call it quits because I gotta do some dry. Yeah, right. This is the Red Bull fueled. Well, that's what they say. The Stephen King, like some of his '80s books were just like all cocaine. Like I think he says he doesn't remember writing Cujo, so he would just. And he worked in the morning, so he'd get up in the morning. I think his typewriter was on like on a washing machine in the laundry room, do some coke, and write some dogs attacking getting rabies and attacking a family. That's very cool. Yeah. So that's very funny. That's a very '80s, I think. So this was all Red Bull fueled art this time. So we'll see how it goes. But cool. So yeah, next week I'll do the thing about the music in the stores in Japan. I think it's pretty interesting, and I got it set up so you can actually hear it. So I'll play some music and show you the different stores. So every store has its own annoying jingle, and it just plays on a loop when you're in the store. But there's a reason. All right. Okay, so yeah, everybody, thanks for joining me. So abusecartoons.com is the website, and then on Twitter, and of course the channels, YouTube and Twitch, it is Abuse Cartoons. The archive is gocomics.com/domestic abuse, and you can find the archive, almost more than 2,000 now, of these cartoons there. And I do this every week, so take a look at the archive if you want to see what goes on every week, and then come back next Wednesday night, Thursday, depending on where you are, and I'll do this again. So thank you so much. I will tell my family some weirdo on the internet says hello. Excellent. Oh, thanks. I will drive safe. Yeah, no snow now, so that's good. But yeah, so take care, everyone. And some weirdo says hello. That's great. Okay, take care, everybody. Be safe, and I will see you again next week. Thank you so much for watching, and let's do this again. Goodbye.